Hello, chat. How are you guys? How's the music? I haven't heard it yet. Oh my god, I hate to literally open with like the worst news ever, but like we all know what's up. Like we all know what's up. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna start stream like at 9, but that's when I read what happened. And I feel like I don't need to like give context on what's going on because you guys already know what's going on. But yeah, I'm sorry I'm late today. It's that I feel like I was hit with a ton of bricks kind of out of nowhere. Man, no, I get it. Like if wow is all I have to say. I just honestly am in such a loss for words because I feel like the type of games that you and I, like me and my, as a, like this community consumes, we're definitely impacted, like super great. And I mean that goes for like literally anybody. Like for example, hold on, let me make my doors and close. It's just crazy because I didn't grow up on like Dragon Ball, right? I know a lot of you guys did. But for me, it was the fact like how much influence like Dragon Ball and Toriyama's artwork had on like Sonic. Like again, didn't grow up on Dragon Ball, but the influence from one man for so many different like pieces of media was so great. Like I just think about like how Sonic wouldn't be Sonic without that man, you know, like his impact on just shonen and media as it is today is so great. Like we wouldn't have Supersonic, we wouldn't have Chaos Emeralds if it wasn't for him, you know? Like I just think I'm just at a loss for words. Again, it's just wow. It feels like a punch to the gut, you know? And it's crazy because also like again, didn't necessarily grow up directly with his work, but I had so many people that I became friends with simply because we like liked the art. We liked his art so much, you know? I mean, if you're an artist in some way, shape, or form, you have tried to draw in his style at least once. At least once, you know? It is... Oh. Guys, Ziggy is clean, by the way. Not to throw us for whiplash really quick, but let me show you Ziggy. He's clean, chat. Not a clean boy, clean boy. But yeah, good pick me up. But yeah, no, it's, you know, even though I'm sad, I do want to say that I think his legacy is beautiful, and even though he, like, you know, he passed away so suddenly and, like, so young, too, because, like, 68, like, when you think about it, isn't that young, I mean, that old, you know, but even though it's so insanely sad, I think it's so special what his work, you know, it brought so many people together. Like, no matter who you are, like what your circumstances are, like growing up, it did not matter. It did not matter. Like, you like Dragon Ball, I like Dragon Ball, you know, like, oh, you like his artwork, I like his artwork too. Like, he has done so much. He had such a beautiful impact on the world and just, like, pop culture as it is today. And I think it's very special and very, it's just like, you having a legacy like that, not just anybody can do it, you know. So I think it's even in his passing, he's brought so many people together, and I think that's, you know, like, it's beautiful. And like, his legacy will live on forever. There will be like everybody has seen his artwork at some point, you know. Like, even my dad and I, like, my dad used to make fun of me because, you know, anime is not really art when I was a kid, right? But there's no denying Goku was cool as fuck, right? So, like, my dad and I he would draw Goku for me. And I think, you know, that's just so special. That's just so special, you know? My dad and I had nothing in common, but drawing Goku, that was just the thing, you know, because he was cool. And, you know, I just, again, a punch to the gut. It feels like so, I just, again, really, I'm at a loss for words, but at the same time, I just have to just mention how beautiful his legacy is, you know? But yeah, I just had to say that because, I mean, it's on everyone's mind. It's on my mind, obviously, and it's why I'm late to stream. Wow. But there's no need. I think being sad about it, you know, like, I don't want to, like, wallow in sadness, because I don't think, you know, he would want people to be, like, super duper, like, sad, you know. At least, like, we can celebrate his life and his legacy. So, yeah. But anyways, wow. I gotta watch Dragon Ball Z now, huh? Fuck, I kept telling. That's something, like, I've always slacked on. Because I always said, like, you know, it's funny for me being a Sonic girly, I've never seen Dragon Ball. Because, like, Dragon Ball fans and, like, Sonic fans are pretty, like, hand in hand, because, like, they're all, like, the whole, like, the Dragon Balls, the Chaos Emeralds, Super Saiyan, Super Sonic, like, come on. It, you know, like, there's no way, you could, you know, you had to also have, like, some kind of, exposure to Dragon Ball if you liked Sonic, or vice versa, you know? So for me, it's just a big thing of, like, again, it's not that I grew up directly with his work, but one of the biggest, like, fixations in my life, like, one of my biggest hyperfixations in life is Sonic, and that takes directly from his work. So it's crazy. Like, the parallels are so similar. Yeah, like you said, Necrocade, it's so it makes me really just go, fuck, I just need to sit down and watch I need to just sit down and watch Dragon Ball now, huh? Because I know I'm gonna love it. Like, every Sonic person loves Dragon Ball. So I think that's my sign, and just to, you know, honor a man whose work has basically, in a way, changed my life, you know, indirectly. So it's just, yeah, he was such an inspiration to so many artists, so many, like, manga writers and artists. It's just like, man, to live like that guy, you know, like, what an inspiration. And I think that, again, and I keep saying this, I think that's just beautiful, and I strive to be somebody like that, you know? Yeah. But, fuck, man. I just wanna, I also love Chrono Trigger. I don't talk about Chrono Trigger, too. Hold on, Ziggy wants back in. I don't think you guys have once heard me talk about Chrono Trigger, ever. But it is a piece of media that I found on my own and have enjoyed on my own. And never have I played the game because I didn't know how to play it at the time. Obviously now I know how to do that, but Chrono Trigger's art style and the music had a fucking chokehold on me ever since I was like 13. And fuck, man. It's just, like, you can't tell me, like, look at the artwork. The sprite work is so, like, it's beautiful. You know, like, his artwork just made that, like, it made me want to play the game, you know? It's crazy. I love the music. The music is probably, I think what Chrono Trigger is for me, it's just a beautiful, like, mix of the music and the artwork for me that makes me feel this type of nostalgia that not many pieces of media can make me feel. And I felt nostalgic towards it when I first found it, you know, and I think you're doing a good job as an artist if you can evoke that emotion and it's a new thing. Fuck, I need to sit down and play that game too, because I love RPGs. And it's beautiful. It really just is beautiful. And I listen to the OST very regularly, and I have been wanting to paint, one of the pieces that I've been wanting to paint for a long time now is, I forgot what the island's name is, but, my god, it's Zeal, the floating island. I've been wanting to paint that for like 2 years now, and I just never got around to it. And I think this is my my call to finally do that, because it's beautiful. I've fallen in love with the artworks over and over again, and fuck is all I have to say. That's just like, again, lost for words. It's just, I will continue to admire his art for the rest of my life, you know? All I have to say is rest in peace, what a legend. But outside of that, how was your guys' day? Chrono Trigger is the first game to coin the term New Game Plus. Really? It was pretty chill. My day was going swell until the news broke out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's change it to a little different Animal Crossing music. But yeah, I feel like everybody's day was kind of like just fine until we saw what happened. So hopefully we can all just hang out and maybe make the best of it, you know? Honestly, like, I'm so down if you guys just want to share, like, your favorite, like, media.
You're stupid!
I'm sending you a drone at Sonic speed with a package of Chrono Trigger. It's okay, one day I'll sit down and play it for myself. I don't think it's something I will ever play on stream, but I would love to play it just for myself. Celebrating my little brother's and older brother's birthday. My little brother is in Atlanta at the moment, but we call him to sing happy birthday. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, my older brother's in Atlanta. Oh, okay. But yeah, so by that, I feel like I didn't really do much today. I did some voice acting, so I guess that's cool, you know. This guy is clean doggy, clean doggy. He's clean. He doesn't look like a used Q-tip anymore. He smells good. Fine. He smells good. Yeah. He's been using his stairs, chat. That's very good. His little look how tiny his feet is. Like, look how small his feet is when he's not all like scraggly, all stinky looking, you know? Like, he's also got gay tie. He's an ally, chat. Oh, he kind of has to be, like, he's my dog, so. Oh, look at the baby. Oh, so baby. You're so baby. Yeah. Oh, little baby. I love my little doggy. I love him. Imagine if your dog was homophobic. Tell me. He couldn't. He could not look you in the eyes. He told me. He's fine. Hi, Cheeky. I think it's funny that straight to the pound. Do dogs have concepts of gender aside from mating? I think maybe. I think so, because like Ziggy likes girls more than guys, but like not by much, you know. He loves moms. He's a He's a mom enjoyer. Yeah, okay, Ziggy, yeah. Hi, Ziggy. But yeah, no, he's good. He is no longer stinky, and I think that is the big win for me today is that he's no longer stinky.
Subbed. Me too,
No,
Ziggy, me too.
he looks so fucked. Like, look at him. Ooh. Look at him. Ooh. I wish I could like zoom in on him. He looks so he's clean, but he still looks so ratty, you know? Like he is the old crusty white dog of the Hispanic family, you know? Like that's him. He's not gonna die. That's just how they are. They're just they're built different, you know? Also, Cornpop, thank you so much for the 6 months and your chow hatched. Yeah. Little tiny face, little man. He's such a little guy. Anyways, he's gonna go back and. Hey. All done? Like he's looking at me like, I don't want to be on camera no more. Oh, he stands though. Look at him. Want out? Out? Have anything. He's freaking me out, chat. Looking at me like I have something. Have you done your Duolingo? I did do my Duolingo today. Do not work. Anyways, I feel like maybe we can play a little bit of Birth by Sleep and, you know, and today off on a semi-good note at the very least. What do we think? I made myself a matcha latte for a little bit of caffeine and to get some extra calories in. It is my last day on these steroids, and I'm so happy because I'm so sick after I take them. Hold on, let me get... Yeah, I'm finally on my last day of steroids, and I can finally, like... I haven't been able to work out for the past week because of, you know, being sick, obviously. And I haven't been able to work out also because the steroids make my heart rate super high, so I can't really work out while I'm on them. So tomorrow I'm gonna ease back into my workout routine because I don't want to push myself too hard like right away. So I'm gonna do some cardio. I'm gonna do some like very, very like light weight training. Hopefully that is a good way to ease back into it. Yeah, just because like I don't want to aggravate my asthma after I just got it back to a manageable level again. But having had to use my rescue inhaler in 2 days, and that is very good. I've been sleeping completely fine. I've been using my preventative inhaler, which is working fine again. Like I said, today is my last day on prednisone, so tomorrow I shouldn't be sick whatsoever. I'm gonna be so for real, y'all. I still feel like a little like dizzy because the prednisone does make me a little dizzy. But again, it's not to a point where I'm like, if I don't think about it, I don't notice it, you know. But if I like sit down and I think about it a little bit, I'm like, oh, you're right, I am a little dizzy, so you know. Doesn't matter. But I want to work out this weekend. I started my time of the month and I instantly dude, it happened. Girl, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Literally, but like, I'm gonna be so fucking for real. For me personally, I kind of have to like force myself through it, even if it is that time of the month, because like, it helps, funny enough, like, you don't think about it, but, like, it low-key helps. So, all I have to say is, you've got this, but if it's too much, don't push yourself at the same time. But spring break! Spring break?! What do you mean spring break, girl? Hold on, let me plug in my Xbox. Hold on. Hold on. On break. I closed my window just to open it back up again. What's my damage? What is my damage? I don't know why I swapped over to this already. Let's go back this way. So, like, literally, as somebody who has not been in school for... It's been 4 fucking years. I haven't been in school for 4 years. I don't like that. Ooh. Me, when I remember the passage of time. Well, welcome to Izzy's stream, where she reminds you that the passage of time is real and that you are aging. Listen. I remember dreaming of the day where I wouldn't have to go back to school, and now I'm sitting here like, oh my god, I don't have to go back to school. I still have nightmares about school. That's crazy. No school, yippee. It's just weird because, like, as somebody who is such a diligent student, that's my entire life revolved around school. And then I got out of school and I am just like, it's just so strange, you know? It's gonna be my first year out of school. That's crazy. Congrats. Welcome to the workforce. Welcome to minimum wage employment, where people treat you like shit, but you gotta make the best of it, because if you don't, then how are you going to live? I'm still looking for a job, by the way. That's just my life. Anyways, I have to work tomorrow. Don't remind me. I'm going to redo my resume, and hopefully that does something. I did get a recommendation from somebody for like a barista job, so I'm gonna go in with that recommendation and be like, hi. So hopefully they like me. Please wish me luck on that. But yeah, it is spring break in Miami Beach is so wild. Girl, do not go to Miami for spring break. Go to I just realized something. Pause! I can't tell you guys where I'm going, but I just realized where I'm going in a week, and spring break is in a week. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! There'll be children around! Yeah, I didn't put that into perspective. I mean, it doesn't matter, but like, it's just, ooh, people. I'm so used to being like the unemployed friend during the day. So anytime I go somewhere, there's like nobody around. And so I'm like minding my own business, you know, nobody talks to me. I don't talk to them. And I'm like, oh, everybody is going to be here at this time. Oh, you know, like interacting with people. What is that? I say that as if like I don't interact with people all the time. Like, girl. Me when I have a little bit of social anxiety. Are we still talking about school? Hold on. I also have to pee. But here's Terra chat. Man, I just crashed and burned my junior year. I crashed and burned my second year into college, so mine hit me a little later, but it happens. The burnout is real. Can we talk about the fact that literally nobody prepares like neurodivergent people for the burnout? Like, nobody talks about it. Like, nobody talked about it, I should say, because nowadays we do talk about it. Wait. I have music going? Did I have music going? The game? Oh, wait. Is it like super loud? Do I need to like turn it down, chat? Cause I could turn it down. A little? It was overpowering you a bit? Oh, okay. Let me put it here. How is that? Is that better? Or is it like too quiet now? Anyways, I'm gonna go piss, girl. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, shit, chat. Okay, hold on. I realized why the game was overpowering me. I just remembered. I turned my gain down. So whenever I record, I have my, gain super down because I'm like so close to my microphone that you can hear me like put breath behind some of my words that shouldn't be as breathy as they are. So I hope that sounds better. Does it sound any better? Wait, these guys have parents? They have parents? Yes, you sound good. Okay, that makes sense. I was just like, huh. Why do I sound? I was like, I didn't mess with anything. All right, birth by sleep. Shut up. Him. No, so what I was talking about. Ziggy, I literally just got up. Dude. He's such a little stinker. Like, actually, open door. I know, he really does. He wants the open door policy, but he needs to learn to just be, just content back there. Anyways. Ugh. How else are people born in this series? They just exist. I've just learned, you know, like, how can one meet their father if their father never existed? Stop. Please. Please. Yeah, Sora has a mom he never talks about. I think that's really funny. But no, going back to the conversation I was talking about right before I went to go piss. Nobody, like, really talks about, and I feel like if you're my age or older, nobody talks about the burnout that you will feel, in your later years of, like, high school, especially if you're a quote-unquote, like, gifted kid, and I think it's so annoying that, you know, there's like this unrealistic expectation because you're the gifted kid. Of course you have to have high grades, blah, 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 blah. Like, you don't want to let anybody down. Like, dude, shut up. Like, ugh. You said go piss very aggressively? Yeah, you have to. You have to say it like that. But yeah, no, it just, like, I think about, I was like kind of one of the gifted kids when I was in school. Like, I read at a level that was way above everybody else when I was a kid. And it's funny because I actually have dyslexia. Who would have thought? And you know, they would have me reading some of, like, the, you know, the hardest books for my grade. And then lo and behold, like, I just also, like, it just turns out like, oh, I am burning out so badly as an adult. Like, ugh. And then it's weird because then you get into, like, college, right? And then everybody's the same. Like, it's not a thing. It's not a thing of, like, ooh, I'm so good at this now. Because, bitch, everybody's good at that now. Everybody's on the same level now. So now you're struggling and wondering what's wrong with you. Because your whole life you're told, oh, you're so smart. You're so talented. You're so gifted. Like, okay. And then you don't get the help that you need. Oh, girl. That was me. I got to the burnout stage in college, and, like, everybody was like, but you're so good at, you were always a straight A student. What's wrong with you? And I'm like, whoa. Yeah, I know. Wasn't taught how to rest, and that messes me up. I didn't learn how to rest and take care. Dare I say I'm kind of a workaholic. The way I beat myself up over being sick was not okay. Like, the way I cried when I was sick, I was like, I should be streaming. You know, like, for me, I take a lot of pride and joy in any of my work that I do. Like, I pour my whole little heart out into most of the work that I produce. And, it is a good and a bad thing, because there are days where I just don't know how to rest. I just don't know how to rest. And, it doesn't help because I kind of come from a workaholic family. Like, my entire family does not know how to rest. Like, we just don't. I don't know why. I think part of it is just the fact that we just work so hard because we had to. We had no other choice. Like, my parents didn't have a choice. And therefore, like, you know, you learn from example. And so therefore I was like that with schoolwork, and now with even Twitch streaming. Like, if I don't stream, I, like, genuinely get upset, you know? Like, learning how to rest is such It's a skill, actually. Dare I say it's a skill because, I don't know how to sometimes. Sometimes I have to just sit down and be like, bitch, you've done enough. Stop. Just play a game that you want to. Play a game you like. Like, draw. Do something. Like, I'm gonna be so honest. Part of the reason why my streams have been starting so late is because after I'm done streaming, I have been grinding my forklift cert. I've been like, all right, we're gonna get this done. We're done. I literally have 1 more hour and a test left. So, we're right there, chat. But that's neither here or there. But literally, yeah. Well, we have 1 more hour and a test left. It's at this point, it really comes down to the test, and so hopefully, fingers crossed, she passes. But the alerts are silent. Oh, because I turned off the desktop audio. That's why. I don't know what is going on. I see. Pause. I see that there's something weird going on with the desktop audio. Like, there's some type of something going on in the background that isn't OBS. Like, here, let me show you guys. Let me show you my OBS. Do you see this? This typically isn't going off. I don't know why this is going off. So I muted it. And I checked, I always check here to see if, like, there's something wrong with it. I see nothing. I see literally nothing. So I don't know what's going on. I don't hear anything. Do you guys hear anything? Is anything playing in Chrome? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, here's my... I guess I could mute the site. This isn't going, right? Now it's going, but... I'll just close that. Do you guys, is that your that's your desktop audio? There's probably an echo that is picking up. I'm wondering. Pause. Huh. That's weird. It looks like it's mimicking the Elgato. I'm just trying to figure out why it's doing that. Desktop audio off. Elgato. But then you guys can't hear it, so I have to do monitor and output. That's so strange. My controller batteries are low! Oh shit, hold on. Let me... Is the sound going out of your computer? Yes. Also, my headphones are dying. Everything is dying right now. So let me, first and foremost, let's plug in my controller so it doesn't die. Number 2, let's then plug in my headphones and then we'll play dude, I'm such a mess tonight. What do you fucking mean you was unable to find a controller? Bitch, shut up. I'm such a mess tonight. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Professional streamer here, by the way. And the computer audio became the same track. Can you guys still hear the Elgato if I do this? Nope, it is just mimicking. See? Right? Yep, it looks like it's mimicking it, and that's weird. Is there, what's it called? Feedback for you guys? Yeah, there's no double audio, right? Maybe I just need to, like... Okay, well then, it's fine then. We're just gonna leave it as is. If there is an echo, please tell me and I'll try to fix it. All right. Yeah, sound alerts. Wait, no, they typically go through this alert box, so I don't know why that's not working. Wait, can you guys hear it now? There they are. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you guys can hear them. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna play the video game now.
You're stupid.
Okay. I guess, like, whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. We're gonna play the video game now. Now we're gonna go here. Because remember, I literally took 20 billion years on Olympus. Olympus again, by the way. Olympus again. Tell me why he just loves Olympus.
All the way out here?
Sir, what? Are you for real? Are you for real? Alright, whatever. Attack with A and Y. What the fuck is that? This is so funny. Is this it? Do I literally just... Was that it? Sometimes I just wonder.
Huh? What?
They just grabbed us like that, huh? Does everybody thinks that looks like a whale, right? I'm not the only one. Everybody thinks the ship looks like a whale, right? Okay, can I be so for real? I love them. I love these two characters. They're so good. Like, we think that the, you know, the alien lady is kind of an asshole, but like, low-key, she's awesome.
Yes, Grand Councilwoman. I've confined him until we can determine what he is.
What he is.
Take cover. Leave it to me to handle these fiends. Whatever you are, you're under arrest. Eventually.
Eventually.
Unversed.
Oh. Terra just...
I'll give you a fight.
Terra just leaves! He just leaves, chat! That's so funny. I don't know why that's so funny to me. He just left. I mean, of course Terra would just leave. He just... Hey, a key that opens all doors, I guess. Yeah, exactly. That did literally nothing. Say goodbye! He is literally such an anime boy. He really just is. Why? Why? Sorry, I have to say this out loud. If I do not say it out loud, I simply just cannot do it.
So long.
I think what I'm going to do. Fuck it. Chat, what the hell is this? Y'all hyped this up so bad yesterday
Gotcha.
that I thought it was like gonna be the coolest fucking thing ever, and then it takes 20 billion years to even activate. Like, girl, please. Alright, I'm gonna freeze raid this bitch.
Take that. Say goodbye.
Simply do it far away. Alright, well,
You're done.
alright, we're gonna zero gravity you, and then we're gonna...
Want some?
We fucked that up. Alright, he's gonna explode. He'll explode over there, I guess. Oh, okay, whatever, that's fine. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Dude, I feel like sometimes this Terra is just really slow. He is just slow, and sometimes it hurts. I just want to play fast, please.
Let's go.
That's the wrong button. Alright, let's fucking freeze raid this bitch.
Take that.
And he's dead.
Gotcha.
Okay, that was kind of cool, though.
Very impressive display.
Oh, Jamba!
Wait! You help!
I have been imprisoned on ridiculous charges.
Is that so?
I am innocent scientist who created the galaxy's most destructive, constructive species of all time. Why, my experiment could annihilate creatures you fought so hard.
He is bulletproof, fireproof, and can think faster than supercomputer.
Why does he
He can
sound...
see the dark and move objects 3,000 times his rather diminutive size.
Why does he
For
sound
reasons preposterous, the Federation
not like
Council
the
fears
movie?
him
I mean,
and keep him
obviously,
away from
they
him.
probably didn't get the same voice actor, but, like, he sounds like he's got a crazy accent.
Because he's so powerful?
Yeah, he sounds Russian, almost.
Everyone always gets antsy and pantsy when somebody more powerful is.
It's the
named.
same VA?
You understand, perhaps? We must make to rescue him, or he'll be banished to far reaches of space.
I don't remember. Maybe I'm crazy,
Okay, then.
but I don't
Take me
remember
to
him
it.
sounding like this. He sounds like he's got a heavy accent. Maybe I just haven't seen the movie in a very long time.
His name I give to adorable fluffy creature you're helping on to rescue.
Yeah, it could have just
I
been.
am genius scientist who created
a long
him,
time since I've
Dr.
seen it.
Jumbo Jukiba.
I'm Terra.
The
Rescue
show is
is
also
allowed.
pretty good.
6
The
to 6
show?
Hurry.
Okay, be so for real. His VA is just older. That's probably that might just be what it is, where he just sounds a little older. Okay, I'm gonna be so for real. The show was the most like cookie cutter episodes ever. It's not that it was bad. It just was like the most slice of life show I've ever seen. Yeah, I had a show. It was cute. I mean, it entertained me as a kid. I don't remember the guy who made sandwiches all the time, but he lives in my head rent free. Yeah, it crossed over with other Disney shows as well. There was like, I think two different shows. A couple of them. There's a couple like spin-off movies too. That is an insane fucking name, by the way. I'm sorry, what? There was like an anime as well. I've seen the Little Mermaid show. I've seen the Tarzan show. I never saw the Hercules show for whatever reason. I saw the Emperor's New School though. Yeah. It was Stitch has a glitch in Leroy and Stitch. Yes, I've seen those. I've seen like way too many spin-off Disney things. Like, I've seen too many of them. I just realized we have another slot open. And I do wanna try Sonic, oh, not that one. Dark Volley. Pause. I do wanna do, we want 0 gravity. Fuck it, I guess Stun Edge and Stun Edge again. Or whatever. I should probably get, what the hell is this? Oh. I should probably just put my potions in here. Here, let me... I like having... 0 gravity is really good. Fuck. You know what, let's have this here and then we'll do Stun Edge. We could do something with Stun Edge, I guess. I don't really know. Wait, we're helping Jamba now. Dr. Jamba Juice. Okay, let me save really quick. Anyways, Lilo is just one of my favorite Disney movies of like all time. It's just got such a good message. And if you hate that movie, then there's something wrong with you. I'll say it. Like, what is your problem if you don't like that movie? I'm just gonna say yes. I don't know. Like that one Tumblr post that called Lilo abusive. You're fucking... What? There was a Tumblr post? Of course, that's something Tumblr would do. Tumblr would do that. Okay, whatever.
You're done. Let's go.
Alright, well, fuck, man. Okay. Whoa. You know what? No. Oh my god, these little red guys are pissing me off. I don't know what Rising Rock means, but yeah. Alright, if I try to hit these guys...
You're done.
It doesn't look like they're really taking... Oh, no, they did take some damage. Okay, just kidding. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe it looked like they weren't taking damage earlier. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, are there more guys? Are we done? Cool. All done. Dude, his armor is so cool. This music feels so unfitting for what's kind of happening. Oh. That was okay. What do I do? Fuck? Oh, cool, yeah. Is that my job, just to kill these guys? Oh, okay, I guess it is. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hold on. This guy needs to die. Alright, and we're done? Is there, am I missing anything? What the fuck was that? Sure, okay, whatever, that's fine. I'll act like I just knew what happened. What the hell are you? Oh, there's multiple. Okay, that's fine. You need to die.
Let's go. Want some?
Okay, let's move.
You're done.
Oh my god. Chat, there's so many of them. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be a slog, isn't it? I'm gonna cry.
Take that. Take that. Want some?
All right.
Drift. Take that. Let's go.
Jesus Christ.
Drift. So long.
Oh, please, let's not. Man, this is I'm like this feels like chip damage. I feel like I'm not doing a lot here. We're done? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Oh!
So long.
Alright, well, I don't know what this does. That's not what I wanted. Uh-huh. Oh, whoa. Wait, that's cool. Wait, that's cool though. Ah! What? Yeah. Yeah, okay. All of that just for me to fuck, man. All right, whatever. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Here, take that.
Well,
Here. Here.
what? Wait, what?
Here.
Okay, buddy. Why does it do? It does so much damage.
Want some?
Okay. What? Whatever. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that guy. Chat, we're done. We're not doing that a second time. Oh my fucking god. Fuck. We're just going.
Here. Let's go. Here. Say goodbye. Here. 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 Drift. Here. Want some?
God, I hate how there are no like aerial like anything. I'm so grounded. Please tell me, chat, that there is a play style that has better air combos.
Here. 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 So long. Here. 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 Take that. Here.
All right, buddy. Finally. Oh my god.
You're done.
Ah!
So long.
Chat, where am I?
Here. Here. Here.
I feel like this is the most confused I've ever been.
Here. Let's go.
In a world so far.
You're done. Here. 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 Want some? Drift. Here. Here. Take that. Drift.
Jesus Christ.
Take that.
None of that reached him. None of that reached this little guy. Oh my god, there's so many enemies. I feel like I'm doing nothing.
Here. Want some? Here. Want some? Here. Drift.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Here. Say goodbye. Here. Take that. Here.
Are we almost done? Are we almost done?
Here.
Okay. Fuck me. You know what? Fuck you. I hate this. I hate this. I don't know where I even am. Like, I've been... Where am I? I'm so confused! Alright, let's go grab something in the shop, I guess. Jesus. I guess I could just buy that real quick. I'm just trying to like level all of these guys up. Hopefully it does something. Let's save. I think I want to change my Keyblade. I think I'm not having fun with this Keyblade no more. It's rough because it has a lot of strength, but I think I want this one. Which kind of sucks because, like, low-key, I mean, with Terra, I feel like we're doing a lot of strength. Buy a block in the shop? What does that even mean? I mean, let me do it with that. I don't know what that means. A block? Stun block? Like, just a normal block? Okay, just like grab this. Okay, and what do I do with this? I meld them? Level 1 block with this one, you guys keep saying? Let's just renewal block. What the fuck does that mean? What did I just get? Oh. That's crazy. Huh. What does this do? Confusion strike. What's confusion strike? We already have fire dash. Do I have binding strike already? I feel like I do. I feel like I'm fine. I don't need to do anything right now. But that one's kind of cool. Okay, let's just save. One more time. Man, I feel like I just did so much and did nothing at the same time. So, the Zach D-Link is good. Oh, I'll try that one next time. Am I just running around in a circle, chat? I feel like I am. I feel like I'm just sitting doing... What am I doing? Like, what am I doing? I feel like I've done nothing thus far. Like, what am I supposed to even be doing? Ship hub. Haven't been here yet. Let's just go here. You're progressing. This place just sucks. I feel... Okay, so it is just confusing then, right? I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I guess if I was Terra, I would be hella confused in a random ass ship like this. Yeah, we're not dealing with him. Well, that shit, I guess. Like, there's Stitch. He sounds so beautiful.
Such tremendous power in such itty-bitty package. Truly, he is the one, and that's the only. The mightiest creature in all of galaxy. And his only
He's so little.
instinct to destroy everything he touches. See?
What?
Ooh. Oh, why he growl like that? God, I love that movie. I should watch it again. Oh, and he took the charm.
When did you give that back?
Too late. He's already marked for destruction.
No, stop! My friend gave me that. Oh.
Friend, are you joking? Such concept is totally lost on 626.
Sorry. Drops it. Bro gagged. He heard the word friend and it went
This whole time
bleh.
I've been telling myself I want to be stronger, more independent. But the second I let my heart do the talking, I find out how little I really know myself, and how much I miss them. That experiment of yours, you sure about him? Maybe in his heart he wants friends, just like the rest of us.
Impossible, Petty. He has no actual feelings, only destructive instincts I have carefully chosen for him. Or perhaps you need another demonstration of my evil geniusness.
So we just like, he just had that shit on him. There's no way they just pulled this motherfucker out of nowhere and put him in a fucking Kingdom Hearts spin-off game. Straight from the show. Okay, that's fine.
Gotcha.
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, he is a thunder guy, so we should probably not deal with that. Okay, buddy. Okay, okay. Alright, we're fucked. And we're gonna freeze ray. God damn it, dude. He just runs everywhere. What the fuck? Okay. God damn it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, leave me alone. Fuck, dude, stop! Oh my god. What? He's almost dead, chat. You know what? Fuck it. What?
Let's go. Say goodbye. Gotcha.
Fuck me. Oh my god. Fuck me, dude. Oh my god. Stop! least favorite, by the way. Also, heal block was crazy, by the way. Oh my god. I see why you guys told me to do that. I understand now.
You'll be all right, little one.
Why was he release like a Pokemon? Like, hello? Last I checked.
What is it? Why have you returned?
He's just there. Oh,
Maybe
thank you,
he's wondering
Stitch.
what a friend is.
Ridiculous.
My name is Terra.
Terra.
Yes. I can't explain friendship. When you feel it, you'll know it.
Terra's sweet. I'll say
Not
it.
if
I
I
hate
have
this
any
world.
sin.
This one's my least favorite.
You're
I'll
only
say it.
going to think about what it is
I
you
love
destroy
Lilo and Stitch, but
next.
what is this?
Now, I fix what is wrong with you.
Red alert! Experiment
What is this?
2 prisoners have escaped from the cell bay. Security, locate the fugitives immediately. Repeat, experiment 626
Not so fast.
and 2 prisoners have escaped from the cell
Well,
bay.
I can't stay here and get caught.
Rose is goated like that. He could just do that shit.
Ven, Aqua, I'll find some way to make things right.
Can I be so honest? So far, this story of this game is so meh to me. But maybe I am just a hater because I haven't played the other 2 stories so far. That was the most what the fuck did I just play? Actually, I think... Okay. I know this game is a PSP game. I always have to remind myself, this is a PSP game. But what the fuck was that? What did I just play? What did I just play? I get that the whole thing of the world was... Terra was like, oh yes, friendship, but... I feel like that was just the most fever dream I've ever had playing Kingdom Hearts in my life. Like, Kingdom Hearts is kind of a fever dream to begin with, but that was the most fever dream I've had playing a Kingdom Hearts game so far. Like, huh? Crazy shit happens at the end and then you have 2 more endings. Wait, what? Yeah, that world is probably the worst one in the game. Aqua Story is straight gas though? Alright. Maybe it's just, again, I am playing Terra Story and I know Terra is the weakest link, technically. So, maybe I'm just hating. I don't, again, not hating. I don't hate this game thus far, but it's, I feel like I'm sitting here like, what? I feel very like, what, Neverland? I also feel like Terra's objective feels kind of lost now. Like, I feel like I'm lost on Terra's objective now. Like, he found Xehanort, and now he's like, well, I'm working with Xehanort, but he's also like, not really? Like, he's trying to find a good balance of darkness and light, you know? Like, that's his damage. But my biggest thing now is, like, I guess now I just want to figure out what the Unversed are, what's going on there, why does he have a Keyblade? They're just like these special set born Keyblade wielders, I guess. The Unversed do not hit anywhere as hard as the Heartless or the Nobodies, but you know. Again, I know this is a prequel, so I'll get my answers when they come, but what? I'm in this like limbo, I feel, where I'm just like, what are you?
Let's go.
Dude, I love Shadow Lock. This, or Sonic Shadow, whatever it is. It's really cool. All right, what? All right, bird.
You're done.
You're done.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Take that.
Oh, fuck.
Want some?
Okay.
Heal.
Oh, fuck! I was trying to press A instead of Y. I'm really mad.
You're done. Say goodbye.
Okay. Okay.
Take that. Heal.
Oops, I did not mean to do that.
Gotcha. Let's go.
Okay, maybe we get this guy one more time. There we go. And you're done. I love that he says that. I think it's so funny.
Say goodbye.
All right, at least we're leveling a bunch of things up, and that's what counts.
Take that. Let's go.
Why?
So long.
Okay. Are we all done? Nope, these guys are... I want to level this up so bad. Please, please, please let me level this up so bad. Okay. I want to see what it makes. I want to know what it makes. Zack is all the damage, which is what Terra loves. True.
If I desired your assistance, I'd have demanded it. We had the situation under control.
All right, whatever,
That
Captain
right,
Hook.
Smee?
Oh, yes, Captain, completely.
They're gay for each
We
other.
could cleave those fiends to the brisket.
They
we
are.
would,
They are.
but
Nobody can tell
I'd
me
give them a
otherwise.
little of this and this.
And don't think your efforts
But,
mean
like,
you'll get a share of
here's the thing.
treasure.
Smee
Understand?
loves
I'm not after your precious box, Captain.
Captain Hook, but
I'm
Captain
looking
Hook
for a
does not
person.
know.
A boy wearing a mask. Ring any bells?
No, not a one.
Figures.
It's me, you blithering barnacle.
Like, what would he do without Smee, you know?
We shall leave this place before the light draws them back again.
Hey, hold on. What did you just say about the light?
Ah, yes, it's heartbreaking, really. This chest, you see, contains light gathered from all around. And I've got an acquaintance, a boy, who's sure to try and seize it.
A boy who's after the light. If it's not Vanitas, then who?
Just
Hey.
Peter Pan.
Why don't I help you keep the light safe? Maybe you could tell me more about this boy who's troubling you. What's his name?
Peter Pan!
Oh, guys, I remember now. You're right. You're so right. I forgot that Vanitas is his objective right now because Xehanort was like, now we have to kill him. He was like, he's my mistake. I made him. And now Terra's going after him.
This chest must be brought
There we go.
safely.
Yeah, why does he immediately trust a pirate?
Anywhere near it.
Right. I got you covered.
I mean, you know what? Anybody in chat would trust Luffy, so you know what? You should not say that. Just called out all the One Piece fans, and I did. Yes, I did. Everybody in chat would be like, "Oh my God, Luffy!" and immediately just be like, yeah. Okay, like this world so far. This one's good. Stopra. We should probably get this, honestly. What is it gonna do? I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. Wait, what did we get? What did we get? Oh. Nice. That just makes strike rate. I don't want strike rate. I don't want fire dash. You already have these. What does Blitz do? Should I do this, chat? Or... Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Do I want this? You know what? That's fine. No, I think we're good. We're good. I think we're good. Yeah. Ooh, we have lots of different places we can go. God, good riddance, Stitch World. I hated that. That was not good. We'll go here. Oh, this is the Lost Boys little hideaway. Fun, fun.
You're done.
You're done. Oops. There we go. I don't think I'm supposed to go here yet, so let's go back. Let's go back. Oh. Okay, this is the what am I supposed to do here? Does that even do anything? What even is here? What even is here? Okay, let's not. Okay, let's cure. Let's cure. Oh my god. That just. Who are these little guys? They're doing so much damage, and for what reason? I'll say I like the music here so much better. What? Are you kidding? Oh my god.
You're done.
X. Oh, that was not X. I really sat there and said X and I pressed B.
Let's go.
I don't want to talk about it. Where is the last guy? Freeze raid. Dude, I love freeze raid. Can I tell you how much I love freeze raid, chat? It is literally probably one of my favorite moves so far. Why are there so many guys? Oh my god. Dude, leave me alone.
So long.
Are they just gonna keep spawning in?
Take that. Take that.
Okay, at least we're like leveling up a lot. I feel like we are just not in the right spot. Something would be happening, no? Yeah, let's go back to... Oh my god, okay. Fuck, man.
Let's go. Say goodbye.
I like how you call them little turnip dudes. I mean, that is what they are, huh?
Want some?
You know, freeze ray definitely has to be my favorite move.
You're done. So long.
Alright, at least we're getting money, we're leveling up, I need to get to Skull Rock. Okay, so I assume Skull Rock is here. Okay, well that answers my, everything.
You're done.
X, E.
So long. Take that. Say goodbye.
Oh, he's dead. He's so dead. All right. All right. I don't understand what. Sometimes I feel like I do not understand what makes him go. Like makes him have like a limit. Like, how does he all of a sudden like? I don't understand. I feel like maybe I'm just maybe. Whoa! How do we get out? Terra, are you even supposed to be in here? Terra, get out. Terra, get out. Terra, 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 get out of the water! Oh. Is this the Mermaid Lagoon? Is that where I am at? God, it's been forever since I last seen Peter Pan. I feel like Peter Pan was just like okay for me. It didn't leave like a crazy big impact on me. Maybe I'm weird for that. Oh, pause. How do I get up here again? Using any command will charge the bar above your head. Okay. Can confirm Terra has a very good stroke. Somebody taught Terra how to swim well. I think that is the funniest thing. My biggest, weirdest nitpick that I do all the time. How do I leave? I think it's the funniest thing that I do is just like, I will like, I will shit on video game character like swim animations. And I'll say how good or bad they are. I do. Oh shit! I do have an air dash. You're so for real. I forgot about that. Holy shit, y'all.
You're done. Say goodbye.
Guys, I can't believe I forgot I had an air dash. Okay, so... You know what, I feel like I'm just gonna, I need to advance the plot for myself. Funny considering Sonic can't swim. Wasn't I here before, chat? I know I shouldn't skip out on enemies, but like I'm getting to a point where I'm like, oh my god, please, please. I want to know what's going on. I'm done.
So long.
I'm a bit over leveled even? Really? Alright. I hope I am going the right way. I would really like... Oh, okay.
Let's go.
You're done!
Take that. Want some?
Get up there. Are you kidding? I literally can't get up there? That's so dumb. Whatever. Alright, to Skull Rock we go. Oh, please. You know what? Fuck it, dude. I know I don't need to do this, but I'm just gonna do it. I feel like may as well, right?
Say goodbye.
We're here. We're a little over leveled, but that's fine. Are we in the right place? It looks like we're in the right place. Pirates of the Caribbean, Isn't that so wrong? I just went and it's of the, but the fuck? Skull Rock! Sorry, I just don't mind my fucking cough. I still have an insane cough, chat. Please. People are like, Izzy, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, don't worry. Don't mind me. I just had the flu. Could have died. No big deal. I was doing my voice lines earlier, and I'm not even kidding. I had the nastiest cough in the middle of, like, some voice lines. I wish I kept it. I should have sent it to you guys in the Discord server. Fuck you guys.
Let's go.
Don't mind me still getting buttons wrong. Ugh. You do get a lot of free things, I will say. Hello. What were you recording? Oh, I was just doing something for like a friend's VTuber lore thing.
Pardon me, Captain, but it's about that shooting star I was mentioning to ye.
Mr. Smee, I ordered you to drop that. I'll not have you gushing on about some shooting star.
But Captain, most shooting stars twinkle for a bit and then they go out. But this one, it kept on sparkling and shining even after it crashed down. Why, what if it's really a big, enormous, priceless gemstone?
Idiot! Why didn't you tell me?
I like how Terra's just along for the ride. Like, Terra's just
We've a bit of business to attend
doing
to and
shit.
must
Like,
hide
but he's
here.
not,
Step away.
you know, he's just like,
Trust you can see to things
yeah,
you
I
like,
guess.
Sure. When
Wherever
Peter
the
Pan
journey
gets here,
takes
I'll be
me.
waiting.
Chat, I want chicken nuggets so bad. Oh, there they are. Little guys.
That old codfish looks like he's found himself a new flunky. I'll fly down and distract him. Men, you move in and nab the treasure.
Are you Peter Pan?
That's me.
That's me.
The light is not yours to take.
Oh, we have to. He's got a dagger. I mean, we have a whole sword, but you know, it just hit.
You won't
Yeah.
stop me.
Oh. What? Why is he stabbing me?
Heal!
Now you're mine.
This is so funny. No way. No way. Okay.
Want some? Win! Gotcha!
This is so funny. The way he stabs me. You missed, buddy?
Take that!
How is he? I'm blocking. No, we're just gonna. Where the fuck did he go, chat?
Now you're mine.
Oh, fuck. What? This is. I gotta piss, girl. I'll be right back. I can't. What is this? Whatever. Anyways, here's Animal Crossing music. Okay, it would have been really funny if I did just leave you with Terra floating to this music. Anyways. That was too calm music. No Animal Crossing music no more, chat. Alright, I can't wait to get stabbed by Peter Pan again. Put Peter Pan in his place. That's so funny.
You won't stop me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, he's not doing fuck all.
Take that. Take that. You're done.
I cannot believe.
Want some? Let's go.
Oh my god! Stop! Chat, I'm gonna cry.
Take that. Heal.
That's it? I really lost to that?
What do you want with the light?
Light? What light?
Look, Pan! We got the chest!
No, not yet, you blockheads.
Hey,
They're doing their job, okay? Leave them alone. Oh.
That hurt!
oh, sorry.
Now what is this?
Treasure.
Pirate treasure, of course. Jewels, doubloons, you know, the usual stuff.
Damn, Peter
Maybe
Pan
guarding a pile of
looks
loot?
so not
Sounds
good
like you've been
here.
tricked.
I'll say. I owe you an apology. I picked a fight over nothing.
Oh, it was all in good fun. Not every day I get to fight such a good swordsman. Say, what's your name anyway?
Well,
Terra.
they're friends, okay.
Right then, Terra. Which way did Hook go?
They said something about a shooting star.
Shooting star? Tinkerbell must be in danger. Men, guard that treasure with your lives!
Aye, aye, sir.
You go and get him, Pan!
Well, I should be on my way.
Is that it? No fucking way. Chat, there's no way. That was it. Skull Rock entrance, then where? Then what is this? I can't jump in here. That, okay, whatever. That's fine. Oh, and we go back. We go back in? There's so many of them.
Unversed.
Sorry, I don't know why that was so funny. Like, that's all they wanted, really.
Let's go. You're done. Heal.
I keep pressing A when...
Want some? Win.
Oh my god, leave me alone, leave me alone. That is so funny. Alright, hold on, pause, dude. Chill on me. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Whoa.
Take that. You're done.
Whoa.
Take that.
Well, that was kind of cool. The giant battle with 1,000 heartless. It really is.
Boy, you sure cut that monster down to size.
Dude, it was multiple. Oh, shh.
Ahoy!
Whoa.
How fare ye, lad?
Look. Go hide.
Go hide. I'll kill him.
All's well.
Thunderstars were sick.
What's that?
Tinkerbell, one of Peter Pan's dearest friends.
Can I take a look?
So long as I have his precious pixie, Pan's demise is all but assured.
He just lets her out. That's so awesome. He just lets her out. Can I look?
What's
Sure.
the meaning of this?
You know, I didn't give it that much thought. Just doing what my heart tells me.
That's mutiny, and you'll walk the plank for it. That sound.
I don't know why, but this crocodile scared the shit out of me as a kid.
Hooray! We sure showed hook this time.
Like, tell me why.
And every star up there is another world.
Terra.
Yep. Hard to believe there are so many worlds out there besides our own. The light is their hearts. And it's shining down on us like a million lanterns.
What? I don't get it.
In other words, they're just like you, Ven.
What does that mean?
You'll find out someday, I'm sure.
I want to know now.
Oh. I get it now. Oh. I get it now. There it is.
So much for the pirate treasures.
Did you guys really want the jewels and gold that badly?
Nah, we don't care about that stuff.
But Pan was counting on us.
I'll tell you what. Put the stuff that's really special to you in there. That can be your treasure.
Chicken nuggets.
Real swell idea. Thanks.
I start hoarding chicken nuggets in a treasure chest.
Kind of makes me wonder what I'd put in there.
These Disney worlds are something in this game, I swear. But another Keyblade. Damn, his armor is so cool. I feel like I've said it over and over again, but it's so cool.
It's so warm.
Oh! Okay, just like casually put us in Destiny Islands. That's fine. Oh, the Palpu fruit.
Somewhere out there, there's this tree with star-shaped fruit.
Do you think it tastes good? Do you guys think Palpu fruit tastes good? No. I would hope so. It does look like cheese. Hold on, I'm sat. I'm shutting up, shutting up, shutting up.
Aqua. Ven. I wonder if we'll ever be a team again.
He's
Looks like
acting
all the
as
things
if
that
like he
once
doesn't have a
held us
choice.
together just push us further away. And now the light has led me here.
To Destiny
What am I
Islands.
supposed to do?
That was random. Okay.
Hey, slow down. Would you just wait for me?
Oh, there they are! Little guys!
Not anymore.
Oh, baby! Oh, they're so cute. They're so cute. They're like 5. They're little.
Was I guided here in order to meet that boy?
You didn't even talk to them.
Ahoy! We're over here. Riku, race ya. First one to the boat gets to be captain. Come on. You call that running?
You call that running? Riku did not give a shit. Baby Riku does not give a shit. He walked. He said, yeah, I don't need to catch up. Good, Sora, stranger danger. We don't talk to strangers.
Hey.
Okay,
Did you
Riku,
come
we
from
don't
the
talk to
outside world?
strangers.
Why would you say that?
Because nobody lives out here. And I know you're not from the main island.
Smart kid. So how about you? What are you doing here?
Oh. My friend's dad took us out on the boat. This is where we like to play. But they won't let us row out here by ourselves. Not till we get older.
Where's the dad?
Must be hard, huh? Stuck in one place.
I heard one.
Riku's like
There was
6.
a kid who left for good.
Bro had a vision. That's right. Riku's supposed to be the original Keyblade holder.
So how did you get here anyway?
I always forget that. I don't know why I keep forgetting that.
Is there some reason you're interested in the outside world?
Yeah. I want to be strong one day.
He's
That
like
kid
6.
left. He went to the outside world. I bet he's really strong now. I know it's out there somewhere. The strength that I need.
Strength for what?
To protect the things that matter. You know, like my friends.
Terra touched... his heart has been touched by
Outside
a
this
6-year-old.
tiny world is a much bigger one.
What the fuck? Oh. Okay, yeah, just casually just show him a Keyblade.
In your hand, take this key. So long as you have the makings, then through this simple act of taking, its wielder you shall one day be, and you will find me, friend. No ocean will contain you then. No more
What?
borders around or below or above, so long as you champion the ones you love.
Terra just does that! You can just do that!
Riku! Come on, hurry it up!
You gotta keep this a secret, okay? Otherwise, all the magic will wear off.
Hey, what was that all about? You know. Know what? Why won't you tell me? Who was that guy? Somebody you know?
No, stranger.
Maybe. Oh, there you go again. Just tell me. I really can't. I've got to keep it a secret.
So Keyblades are like actually just a chosen. Wait, I'm gonna shut up.
Nice try. Oh, Riku.
Protect the things that matter. Right. My friends matter to me too.
So Terra was just like, yeah, this random ass kid.
I still have things that I have to protect.
He could have my Keyblade. He could just have my Keyblade. That's fine. Like, when I pass,
That light.
he gets my Keyblade.
Is it Ben?
Master Terra, find me. We must speak at once.
That's Yensid.
Master Xehanort.
Wait. That's Xehanort. Just kidding. Why did I get confused? Help. Help. Pause! Okay, that is the most lore I feel like I've gotten thus far. Pause. Pause, pause, pause. Pause! Okay. Chat. So, he's just flying around between worlds. He literally just gets sucked into Destiny Islands. He just gets, right? Okay. And he's just like, why am I here? You know, he walks around a little bit and he just sees Riku and Sora, right? Okay. Okay. So Keyblades, they do have like chosen wielders, right? But it's a thing where it's like it has to continue to be passed down. Then why the fuck does Kairi have one? She just has one. This is a retcon? I'm gonna... What? There's a reason she has a Keyblade. Fucking fuck. Why the fuck does why does she have a Keyblade? Can I say something? Can I say something so mean? Can I say something so mean? Kairi is a wet piece of cardboard with a little bit of salt sprinkled on her. Why? This hurts. Let me say. I have seen nothing about Kairi that makes me care for her. I have seen nothing about Kairi that has made me care for her once. I've seen this much of Aqua, and I care more about Aqua than I care about Kairi. You said wait till 3? Okay, maybe I'm just being really mean right now. Maybe I am just really mean right now. Aqua slays. But like, here's the thing. So far, I have seen 3 trios, okay? We've got Sora, Riku, Kairi, Shion, Axel, Roxas, and then we have Terra, Aqua, Ventus. And out of all of the girls in the 3 trios, hello Raiders, sorry, I'm getting mad because I don't like Kyrie. Sorry, that's just, I'm sorry. I mean, hello Raiders. How are you guys? What were you guys up to today? Hello Carlos, thank you for the raid again, I appreciate it. I'm just hating on Kyrie right now, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Nominee has...
Stupid.
Nominee has more going for her than Kyrie. You know what? Maybe I just need to play 3, right? But whatever. You either fall in love with Kyrie in Kingdom Hearts 1 or the start of Kingdom Hearts 3. If it doesn't happen then, it never will. And that's okay. They kind of shafted Kyrie. I feel like she's supposed to have like this crazy like important role, but like where is her substance? Where's her substance? Where is her substance? Help. Ugh. Kyrie's mentioned as a princess. Dude, I've been waiting for Kyrie to do some princess shit, but I'm outside of make Sora not bug anymore. That's like the only princess shit I have seen Kyrie do is make Sora not bug. Oh, Kyrie's importance? Yeah, no, literally, I'm just sitting here. I'm just like, where? Girl, I thought I would at least see Kyrie in Radiant Gardens earlier. Nomura comes up with another girl and goes, that's enough feminism for today. Shake my head. Anyways, I can't wait to get to Aqua Story in Women's Month. Even then, Sora could have been Bug and something else would have probably fixed him instead. Oh my god, please. Y'all. Where am I supposed to go? I'm supposed to go to... Is Larkstein more interesting than Kyrie, though? Yeah. I would say so. At the top of the map? Oh. Oh, that's right. The Badlands. Also, thank you for the follows. And again, to the Sonic's Raiders. Hi, my name's Izzy. Sonic's raided me yesterday. I was playing this game because I'm down the rabbit hole now. It's a mistake.
Master Xehanort, you wish to see me?
There is no time to lose. I have terrible news. Ventus has stumbled upon the secrets of his origins.
Uh-oh.
Then? I just saw him. He passed right in front of me. What happened?
Ventus is on his way home. If you could have seen the fury in his eyes.
But what is his
certain
origins?
He's capable of anything. I fear the boy may attempt to force the truth out of Ericus. Master Terra, you must hurry back and see to your friend's safety.
Dude, he's such a gaslight.
Of course.
Also, why is he just standing on a rock? He's just standing on a rock. Okay, old man. Whatever. Shit's about to go down. Oh. I've only finished the first one. Oh my god. Okay, I have to... We gotta back up. I gotta back you up real quick. I gotta back you up, friend. Okay. This is like the 5th game into the series. If you have played 1, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is going on? Because this game is a prequel to 1. But you have to play, or at least watch 3 other games to understand this game. And it's stupid. am deep in the Kingdom Hearts trenches. It's insane. It is crazy how deep I am now. I can't back out. But anyways, if I was a villain, gaslighting would be my schedule from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. It's like, yeah, today I'm going to gaslight a couple people. Check.
You're stupid.
It's fucked. It's, oh my god. Anyways, these games are very fun. 1 and 2 are very fun games. The spin-offs are crazy and are just lore. They're just like, if you want to understand the lore, you have to play the spin-off games. But the mainline games 1 and 2 are very good, and they're very fun to play. I actually enjoy the gameplay of both of those games very, very, very much. Yeah, spin-offs are mostly cutscene movies. Like, you can literally, I have only played 1 and 2 and have watched cutscenes for Chain of Memories, which is immediately after 1, and then Days, which is the events before 2, but you have to watch it after you play 2. I started 2 and played halfway through Chain of Memories, I think, but I've only finished 1. Oh, okay. Okay. So you kind of know how it is. Anyways, is this considered a spin-off? This lore heavy? I guess. It's not like it's not 1, 2, or 3, you know? So technically is it not a spin-off? Or like, I mean, more like a side game. Yeah, that's a better way to say it. I shouldn't say a spin-off. It's a side game. There's spin-offs, but everything is mainline. People don't like saying side or spin-off game. Well, I don't give a shit. Everything is canon. Oh fuck! Don't bring Sonic rules into this. Don't bring Sonic rules into this. God. All right, chat. Where'd you go? Where's the castle? Where is the castle? Where's the castle? Okay. Oh! Drama!
But you must exist.
Whoa! Whoa!
What?
Master! Have you gone mad?
Terra! I command you, step aside.
No!
You will not heed your master.
I won't!
Why do all my attempts to reach you fail? If you don't have it in your heart to obey,
you know what? I think he has his head up his ass.
Ventus's fate.
Oh, he's crying. What is going on?
Terra! He's right! Quiet! Terra.
Whoa! I think he's too far one side. Bro doesn't have a good balance. Terra is my good balance. Like, Terra's kind of not very smart.
You may be my master, but I will not let you hurt my friend.
Oh, he's darkness. Uh-oh.
You, Terra?
Oh, we just threw him. Okay.
Wait, Terra!
Half dark, half stupid. Oh my god. Again, I feel like Terra isn't the smartest, but at least Terra's like, he recognizes that, like, you have to have a little bit of both, you know? This guy does not. Oh, what?
Take that.
Wait, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Take that.
hell? Oh.
Heal.
No healing that I can use.
Want some?
Oh, want some? I don't know why that's so funny to me. Want some?
Take that.
Alright. Ooh, okay. Let's Thunder Surge. You know what? Fuck this. Watch this.
Let's go. So long. Weak.
Ooh, 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 why? Why? That's A. Fuck. Oh shit. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Heal. Want some? Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
Oh my god. Oh fuck. Move. Okay, hold on. Stop, stop, stop. We need Cura. Maybe.
Prepare yourself.
Oh fuck, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Move. Move. Oh my god. Fuck, dude.
Prepare yourself.
Oh no. We're fucked. What do I do? Ah! 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 Okay. Oh my god. Shit. Alright, hold on. No! 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 Okay. We're good. Alright.
Let the darkness die.
Okay, hold on. I'm moving. Fuck! Just kidding. That was the wrong move! Oh, we were close too. Did you see? Yeah, no, that was the wrong move I chose. I was gaming too. I'm so upset.
Want some?
Dude, stop, 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 stop. Okay? We're gonna press Y. Okay, stop, pause. Alright, I'm gonna do this.
Gotcha.
Ready, 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay. Start impulse. What does that even mean? What the heck was that? That was so cool.
Prepare yourself. Let the darkness die.
Maybe not.
Take that.
Okay, we're gonna heal. And we're gonna move. We're gonna move. We're moving. We're moving.
Gotcha.
And then we're gonna wanna hit him. Fuck.
Take that.
All right, I'm gonna press A.
Take that.
Whoa, 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 whoa! That was kind of crazy. No, pause, pause. Nope, nope. How about you not? How about you not?
Heal. Let the darkness die.
All right. Oh, fuck me, dude. Huh?
Prepare yourself.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Prepare yourself.
Raw! I literally panicked. I panicked and I pressed A instead of B. Okay, we can do this. This is like really not that hard. I'm just panicking. And for what reason?
Prepare yourself. Say goodbye. Take that. Gotcha.
Oh.
Prepare yourself. Take that.
Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're right. I could be using a completely different keyblade. Should I back out? But what? I could hit continue? Oh. So should I just hit continue and choose a different keyblade? Okay, let's just really quickly do that. Damn! Oh, y'all. What's Dark Haze? Whoa, that's cool. I want to do that one. And we'll put Kira here. I wonder if I could meld any commands right now. Stun edge into stun edge? What happens when I do that? Just kidding, I can't do any of that. Binding strike. Do I have that already? Stun edge swap for high potion. You have it, doesn't say new on it. Oh, I didn't think about that. Huh, did I? No. Did you say get rid of stun edge? Yeah, I'll just do this. Let's save. We'll save real quick. All right, now let's go back. We're gonna. That was crazy. All right. Whew. We're just gonna skip the scene.
Take that! Say goodbye! Let the darkness die!
Oh my god! Oh! Okay! Fine, that's fine!
Take that! Take that! Prepare yourself! Gotcha!
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Oh my god.
Want some? Take that!
Oh fuck. Fuck me, dude. What the hell? I get, yeah, shot lock him, I guess. I don't even know. Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna back out, give him space so he could swing at nothing. Instead, what? Okay, whatever.
Want some?
Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Can we? What am I? Whatever. You know what? Fucking lock in, bitch.
Want some?
I'm too trigger happy. I just need to like chill on him.
Take that.
Move. Get out of the way.
Take that.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. Ah! What do I do? I literally can't move! Dude, I was doing so well. What was my problem? Oh my god. Already? Dash me out.
Want some? Take that. You're done.
There you go.
Gotcha. Weak. Take that. The darkest night.
Sucks. It.
Say goodbye. Take that. Yeah.
I'm literally. I was doing so well. Oh my god, please. I swear to god, I swear to god, I literally tried to like dash out of that shit.
Take that.
Fuck, 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 fuck. How about you stop?
Want some?
Move. Get out of my fucking way. Alright, whatever, dude.
Gotcha.
That should do the rest of the HP bar. It did not. You fucking come here.
Take that. So long. Weak.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Heal. Gotcha. Weak. Take that. Let's go. Weak.
Fuck.
Say goodbye. You're done. Prepare yourself.
Me looking at my controller because I don't remember what button is what.
Prepare yourself.
Fuck. Get out of there.
So long. Prepare yourself.
Okay.
Prepare yourself. Let's go. Prepare yourself.
Fuck. Oh my god. No, 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 no.
Heal.
Fuck.
Take that. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
nothing, but it's fine. It's something. Oh! Oh! I can't! Oh! Okay! Lizard! That answered my question! I mean, can I hit him?
Take that. Say goodbye. So long. Let the darkness die.
Oh. Oh my god. He literally, like, why did he keep doing that? I just wanted to win. I've been here for so long already, Chad. Oh my god. It's crazy that you do literally. That you really do just have to heal. If you're like below 70 because like bro just wants to kill you, huh?
Prepare yourself.
Fuck. Are you kidding? I did that at the wrong time. Oh my god, what is his problem? What is his problem? Alright, don't use that move, Izzy. Just let it be. Don't use it.
Want some? Let the darkness die.
I'm pressing A. Oh my god. Alright. Fuck, dude. Whoa. Alright. Stop running away.
Prepare yourself.
Fuck. Alright, Ziggy. I need you to... I'm dashing away. Don't even try to hit him, right?
Let the darkness die.
Oh god, okay.
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
my god. Fuck. Oh my god. Ah! Shh. Oh.
Let's go. Let the darkness die.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That's so dumb, chat. You guys saw that.
Want some? Say goodbye. Heal. Let the darkness die. Take that. Let the darkness die. Prepare yourself. Gotcha. Let the darkness die.
Fuck up. Get out, get out, get out. No! Yeah, no, it wasn't maxed. That move literally has killed me so many times now.
Take that.
Alright, buddy.
Heal. Prepare yourself. Say goodbye. Let the darkness die. Weak.
Are you serious? I'm gonna cry. Am I wrong? Or does this feel kind of bullshit? This is kind of a bullshit fight. Why is he doing all this? Why is he doing all this? And for what?
Heal. Weak. Weak.
He just does that. Like, I know I'm supposed to be listening to his moves, right? And sometimes you just can't. I felt like I could not react to them. Alright, buddy, shut up.
Heal. Take that. Let the darkness die. Let the darkness die. Weak. Prepare yourself.
Almost done, almost done, almost done, almost done. Literally. Almost done, shot. Oh my god, we're almost there, almost there.
Prepare yourself. Heal. Prepare yourself.
Move, out of the way.
Prepare yourself. Let's go. Prepare yourself.
Puppy. Hey. Hey. Why? Why?
Heal. Prepare yourself.
Get out of here. Get out of there.
Prepare yourself. Let the darkness
Go.
die.
Move, move, move. Fuck! Oh my god.
Prepare yourself.
Guys, he's there's not much left. Oh my god, we can win. We can win. Ah, oh my god! He's almost there, he's almost there. He's almost there, chat. Oh my god, chat. Stop! Stop! Are you kidding? I hate him. I hate him. Oh my god. He literally did say that, huh?
Take that.
Oh my god, I'm actually so upset. Like, the way I am so upset right now. The way I am so upset right now.
Let the darkness die.
Move, 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 move.
Heal.
Fuck. Move.
Gotcha.
Move out of the way.
Let the darkness die. Prepare yourself.
kidding?
Prepare yourself.
Oh my god.
Let the darkness die.
Are you for real? Are you for real? Let me win, Just let me win!
Let the darkness die.
Oh my god, he needs to stop. But just stop doing your thing. Stop. He's done this like 3 times now. This is the most I've ever seen him use this move. Yeah, he was literally right there, and I'm so upset. You guys literally saw where he was at.
Let the darkness die.
Fuck! Are you kidding? I just wanted to hit him! I don't care. Lock in, bitch. Just shut up. Just don't get too lost in the sauce.
Take that. Prepare yourself. Want some? So long. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Heal. Prepare yourself. Let the darkness die. Want some? Take that. Take that. Let the darkness die.
Oh my god. Fuck, dude.
Heal. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
Dude, are you for real? Are you for real?
Prepare yourself. So long. Let the darkness die.
Right.
Prepare yourself. Take that. Prepare yourself. Let's go. Prepare yourself.
Like I'm being... Oh, why? Why? Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way! Get out of the way!
Heal. Let the darkness die. So long. Let the darkness die.
Get out of the way, get out of the way. Oh my god.
Prepare yourself.
Guys, he's right there. He's right there. He's right there. Get out of the way! Fuck! Guys, he's right there.
Prepare yourself. Heal.
One Thunder Surge should do it, right? I hate him! Ugh. Why was that so infuriating?
What have I done?
Oh, hold on. Everybody shut up.
Master, I just wanted to keep Ven safe.
No, you were right. I failed you, Terra. Perhaps I've no one to blame but myself for the darkness inside you. And now I've done worse. Raised my keyblade against you and Ventus.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
My own heart is darkness.
Oh! Pause! What? Why is he like...
Master Ericus.
Did we kill him?
What a sight. Why do you trouble yourself with remorse, Master Terra? The man was bent on doing harm to your friend, his own pupil.
Shut
Master
up,
Xehanort.
Xehanort.
Why?
Shut
You know,
up.
at times I find your progress quite striking. But you still fall short. Let all that anger out, my boy. Give your heart over to darkness.
What do you mean?
Still so blind.
Wait, did I miss the fact that he
Then
shot
I
him?
will make you see. Come to the place where all Keyblade wielders leave their mark on fate. The Keyblade Graveyard. There you will watch your dear Ventus and Aqua meet their ends. And the last light within you will die. You won't need a home anymore where you're going.
You
What?
Up.
Xehanort!
Okay, we went too far either direction. It's getting ugly. What the fuck? Yeah, we've seen too much light and too much dark. This is awkward.
Ven. Aqua. I won't let him hurt you.
Shit. The prettiest world was destroyed. Oh. Whoa. We should probably read those, huh? And best Keyblade. And we're putting it on. Dude, that's such a sick Keyblade. Oh my god. Did I get the Xehanort report from the Mirage Arena? Did I? Oh, no, they said no. Kuya said I did not. Can I fuse? I can. Wait, what? What can I fuse? No, I don't want that. Well, Fire Dash is kind of good, but don't I already have Fire? No, I do want Fire Dash again. I don't know what happened to it. I can have 2 of these. I don't even know what to do with it. This is fine. This is fine. We should save, huh, chat. Yeah. New finish command? Oh, I didn't even see that. On pause. Wait, that's really cool. I do like this one. Let's do that one. Alright, so now we gotta go... here now. Shit. Alright, let's save. Hold on. Chat, we're in the end game for Terra, huh? Like, this is it, right? Well, I can't wait to play Ven next. I want to know what's up with him. Now I want to load 2 back up and try to beat... Oh, I'm not going to be able to beat him. I'm not going to be able to beat Terra. But I could possibly beat Sephiroth. No.
I do for friendship.
I could beat Sephiroth, but not Terra. I think I'm not ready for that. I did learn that to beat Sephiroth, having Glide is insanely good. This is so scary. Okay. my god.
Take that. Want some? Take that. So long. Want some?
Oh, I don't like this, chat. This is making me feel not great. Fuck, dude.
Heal.
Oh my god. Fuck, dude. Oh my god. Oh, I could have used my D-Link. This is making me sick. This is making me sick. This is genuinely making me sick. This is awful. Oh my god, I can't look at that. That is it's really hard to look at. Why would they do that? Oh, I can't get out, can I? I'm gonna try to avoid the tornadoes because it's more. Alright, we're avoiding the tornadoes as much as we possibly can. I'm not touching them. Man, that made me sick. I want to know what's up with this Keyblade graveyard. Oh, Aqua, she is mad.
I was told the master was struck down.
Yes, that's right. I was stupid and helped Xehanort do it. The Master. He tried to hurt Ven. I only fought because I wanted to protect him.
You're stupid!
But I was tricked. Xehanort set the whole thing up.
Yeah, he's not
Also,
very...
to awaken the darkness inside me.
He wasn't very smart
You were
about
right,
it,
Uncle.
was he?
And so was the Master. I did need to be watched. I went astray. But no more.
You're gonna, like, beat his ass?
What else is darkness but hate and rage? Xehanort is feeding the dark fires within you, making you fight. You'll go astray again. Tell me, how does that honor our master's memory, Terra?
Xehanort wants me and Vanitas to fight. And make some kind of keyblade.
What?
The Master said we
Keyblade,
can't
but
let
it
that
was
happen.
with an X?
And he tried to destroy me for it.
Keyblade?
I still don't know exactly what it is. But it scares me to death. Even just the thought of it.
Relax, Ben. We're here, and we're gonna take care of you.
Oh, the older siblings, they're winning. They're gonna take care of
I
him.
may have to fight Vanitas after all.
No! Well, yeah.
Guys, I want you to...
The three of us can never be torn apart, alright? I'll always find a way.
I'm asking you, as a friend.
I want to know all his damage. I can't wait to play his story.
Put an end to me.
Wow! Whoa! Ah! I want you to shoot me, Tails. That's literally what he said.
Behold, these lifeless keys used to be full of power, united with the hearts of their masters. On this barren soil, keyblades of light and darkness were locked in combat. As a great keyblade war
Light
raged,
and dark keyblades?
countless keyblade wielders gave up their lives, all in search of one ultimate key. And it will soon belong to me.
Oh!
Keyblade!
I see. Not Roxas is actually just a Keyblade. What? What? Ew. They're fighting in like Utah. Oh my god. Fuck, dude.
Aqua!
Oh shit. Oh. Wait, his... How can he just do this? Guys, I've seen this one. I've seen this one. Oh god, she... Queen!
Ben, are you okay?
Poor guy, though. He is so cold. Yeah, this is a secret ending in 2. This is crazy. Now I have a little bit of context. I feel like obviously I don't have all context. There's just the heart moon. Mickey! Ah! Stop! Every single time I get Mickey Mouse jump scared! Oh, he's powering up. Hold up. Oh, shit!
Admirably done.
Bro went from skinny jeans to baggy
adventure you
jeans.
could make. Over the unseen wall that divides darkness and light. And I was not wrong. Terra.
Ew, what do you... Put your grubby little hands away.
Then, you tell me, Xehanort, what did you do to him?
Yeah, what did you do to him, bitch?
Why, I did him a favor and freed the darkness inside him. Alas, poor Avengers never had the fortitude for such strenuous trials.
He's constantly talking cryptic. Kill him. Kill him, Terra. We have to kill him. All right.
Too slow. Too slow.
Shut the fuck up. There's no fucking way he just talked.
See ya. Let's go.
Fuck off, bitch. Oh my god, get away from me.
So long. Gotcha. Too slow.
Oh, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Okay. Chat, what do you mean? You'll never guess who voices Vanitas. Pause. Okay, I won't, you know, I'm not gonna ask.
Too slow. Too slow. Pathetic. Gotcha. Suffer.
It's gonna be suffer shot, dude.
Darkness waits. Take that. Too slow.
Fuck off, dude.
Suffer.
Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off.
Take that. Slow.
Dude, I want to bait him over here. Come here.
Too slow. Too slow.
Shut up, I'm not too slow. You're literally, your ass is getting hit, bro.
Want some? Too slow.
Oh, okay, whatever.
See ya.
Freeze! Thunder! Heal!
off, dude.
Gotcha. Pathetic.
Oh. Okay.
Go take what Ventus owes you, and take Aqua's life.
Whoa. That was a lot. So
You see how powerless you are to save them. Savor that rage and despair.
dude, shut the fuck
Let it
up.
empower you.
You'll pay, Xehanort. Was my master? No.
Oh,
My
girl.
father, Ericus, not enough for you? Leave my friends alone!
Ooh.
Yes, boy, that's it. More. Let your whole heart blacken with anger.
I feel like a lot's happening right now. Kill him now. Kill him. Kill him, Terra. Where the hell did I go?
Let's go. Concede.
Say goodbye. Take that. Take that. Want some? So long.
Taste defeat.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh my god, oh my god, what do I do? What do I do?
You are weak. Freeze.
Heal.
Fuck, I got that. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay.
Only now have I truly won.
What do you mean, never seen that? What? It's a really rare attack? Ah, leave it to me to just get that. First try, by the way. First try, first try.
Oh, there. You see? The Keyblade has been forged.
Then.
Dude, he's gonna hit you in the fucking back, bro.
Final union.
Gone!
What?
At last, our moment is here. Out with the old and brittle vessel, and in with a younger, stronger new one.
Yo, what? He just puts his soul into another.
I swore I would survive, and be there to see what awaited beyond the Keyblade War. And now it is your darkness that shall be the arc that sustains me!
He wanted Terra this whole time to just use him? Is he having a ghetto moment? Oh my.
This heart belongs again to darkness. All worlds begin in darkness and also end. The heart is no different. Darkness sprouts within it. It grows, consumes it. Such is its nature. In the end, every heart returns to the darkness whence it came.
What the fuck?
What? Your body submits, your heart succumbs. So why does your mind resist?
He's just a suit of armor? What? What the fuck? What?
You have lost!
Fuck you. I'm trying to move, Chad. I'm trying to move. What? My back was turned to him, that's why. My back was turned to him. That was my problem. Oh my god. It's fine. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. Fuck, dude. This is crazy. I did not expect this. I did not expect this insane ending. Like, what? Oh my god. What? How did that not? Alright, buddy. Oh, dude. my god. In case she hasn't put it together, fuck, dude. I haven't put shit together. I'm fighting and I'm trying to figure out what just happened. What do I even do there?
You have lost!
Oh, guys, I'm out of mega potions. This is close. Alright. I'm trying to block again. I literally can't. God, dude, what do you even fucking do? I'm thinking like maybe. Oh my god, you guys see about how much HP I had? Can I refill my... What do I even do here? Can I just hit continue? If I hit continue, is that gonna just ruin everything? Fuck, I don't want to just send me back. No, I'll just suck it up. I'll suck it up. I did save at the shop. That did like no damage.
What? Yield! 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 You have lost!
Oh, I literally didn't even need to use that attack. I wasn't paying attention. I thought I got hit. Oh, dude.
What? Enough! What? Yield! Enough!
This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Fuck.
Enough! You have lost!
What? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What the fuck?
Enough! You have lost!
Got it. Fuck! Get out! No! He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Dude, I was like literally, my back was to him.
You have lost! Enough! Yield! Enough! Yield! What? Yield! Enough! Enough! You have lost!
Yeah, stop. Literally leave me alone. That, why did it make me dash instead of block? Sometimes I'm dashing instead of blocking and it's pissing me off. Maybe I'm inputting. Who fucking knows?
Yield! Enough! What? Enough!
What do you do? Hello? Sub. Oh my god. I have to get him out of my mind right now. I'm so sorry. He fucking healed? What? What? What the hell does that mean? Oh, what? Fuck! Are you for real? He fucking sure. I'm gonna throw up, scream, and cry. There's no fucking way. So upset. Like, I'm genuinely so upset. Dude, shut up, shut up, shut up. Nope, 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 nope. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
You have lost.
Block, 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 block. Dude, dude, the block heal is doing so much for me right now. I don't think I've talked about that, but it's doing so much for me. Where did he go? Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. Does it make me invincible? It does.
Enough! You have lost!
Yeah, that just fuck all, dude. Oh my god, please, 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 please. Fuck, 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 dude, fuck. Oh my god, we're almost there.
Take this!
What? What? What?
You have lost!
Whoa.
Sink into darkness!
That makes me invincible, and that's crazy.
Yield!
We're literally on the last. Oh my god, please. Shh. Shut up. Shut up. Don't speak. Do not speak, sir. Are you kidding?
Yield!
I hate him. Why does he do that? Why does he do that? Fuck off, fuck off. Fuck off. Get away from me. I might die, I might die, I might die, I might die. Fuck! Why did he do that? There's so much blocking I have to do. What? Oh my god, chat, he's right there. Chat, he's almost dead. Chat, he's almost dead. Chat, he's almost dead. What? Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Twisted Alpha's clutch. Holy fucking shit. Y'all, if I did not have the heal on block, I would have been so fucked. I would have been so fucked. Oh my god. So oh, okay. Guys, that's the stance he's in when I see him as Sora. Oh, oh. Our friends. Oh, gang. Oh. Okay. Can somebody tell me who the voice actor is now? No! What do you mean I'll find out? Okay. This is okay. I was sitting here like, man, this gameplay is pissing me off now, and then that happened, and then I was like, what? So, pause. Pause. I will find out, I guess. I was gonna say, is Ventus a fucking Keyblade? I'm just trying to find out why, I guess Roxas looks like Ventus. I'm still trying to figure that out. What Jome said, fuck, dude. So there's multiple Keyblades. There's guys who are trained to use them. And what if you wanted to go to heaven and God said, pick another story? I did use Ventus the most, it's true. Sonic Shadow! I mean, of course I would. Well, report completion 38%. Huh. Well, fuck. You saw the first Nort. Why are there so many Xehanorts? Please, please, so far, there's like fucking 5. Why? Why? Why are there 5? There's Bald Xehanort. There's Ansem Xehanort. There's Xehanort Nobody. There's regular Xehanort. And then there's Terra Xehanort. What is his damage? I hate him. Yeah, are there any other Xehanorts I should know about? There's more. There's more. How are there more? How are there more? There's 5 versions of him. There's 5 of him. 5. Imagine reincarnating yourself 5 different times. And there's more. This is insane. This game is like, I guess it's like I'll be honest, I did like Terra in the end. He's a little bit himbo. He doesn't really know what the fuck's going on. He gets led astray. He's pretty gullible. But you know what? He has a good heart. And in the end, he gatekept Kingdom Hearts, and I think that's very slay of him. So, Jesus Christ, chat. His voice actor kind of sucks. Okay, let's be so honest. Yes, he did. Can I just end game? Or should I save? What, I guess save menu? I guess. I'll just save. No save? Okay. Like, I have to save. Got it. I shouldn't have overwritten that one. Fuck. Oops. I want to know what the fuck unversed are because, like, when do we start to get heartless? Its own save file? Got it. Okay. I will just not touch the first one now. Yeah, I won't override the Terra one. This is fucked. Don't get me wrong, I love you. Oh my god. When I said no, I don't think life is right, that's simple. Anyways. This was crazy, by the way. This was crazy, by the way. How can he just move rocks, by the way? He could just do that. We didn't even get an explanation. He just does that. Magic. Fucking I guess, bro. Guys, I need to know what happens to Ven and Aqua so bad. This was crazy. Like, what the hell? I be playing this silly little Disney game, and then it's like, yeah, this game was kind of mid, but then let me hit you with some crazy boss fights and lore at the end. Honestly, worth it in my opinion. Ah, fucking, oh my god. Alright. Every story is like that. That's crazy to me. Jesus Christ. Alright, chat. It's 3 a.m.? Chat, I did not know it is 3 a.m. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to bed. Oh my god. Shit, what do I... You know what? I was gonna raid somebody, but it looks like they're ending, so I'm just gonna go to sleep. I'm going to sleep. Good night, chat. I'll see you tomorrow. We will play Ventus's story tomorrow. That was... By the way, Mickey jump scare for like 2 seconds. He showed up for like a second, by the way. Anyways, we'll do Ventus's story tomorrow. Okay. Goodbye, chat. Buenas noches.